Welcome back to the longest elevator ride there ever was. But I guess that makes sense considering it's the lower wards. Are you allowed to smoke in an elevator? I would assume that generally you're not supposed to smoke in an elevator. Was there ever a time that you were allowed to smoke in an elevator? I bet somebody has done this. She'll pay the fine. Yeah, that's her for you. Anyway, I believe we just got the skinny from Daisuke in our last episode about what's going on with who owes who and who owns who and who belongs to whom. And Sosuke is playing for two different teams and you didn't even know it. Hello, VOD people. Definitely isn't playing copyright infringement audio from Universal Music Group. No, not at all. We simply were watching silent videos of beautiful tall women twirl around. ... Oh, is Sasuke about to find out? Morgan is not impressed. Oh, we're just hanging out. We're just vibing. Everyone's just vibing here. Actually, let me make me a little smaller. Ah! Oh, okay. Never mind. I guess it's completely okay to save by mistake. There's this one, by the way. Everyone loves this one. This one. We love this one. This one, Sarah. Make some noise for Sarah. Do a backflip for Sarah. So, where should we begin? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Get off the screen? Okay.
Yay, I'm ruining the interrogation room. Yay. Okay, I'm going back here. I don't have anything new to tell you, Al. Stubborn about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Sasuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights, and their privacy. To an extent that many consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us. No matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. Troubled by my nature of my work is
The Hound. You're adopted. I'm so happy that she spat that out. Yes, from the Hayakawa. That's bullshit. You know it. I know it. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoena... All right, stop! Just stop. Does the military keep all its members' DNA on record? I don't know, probably, right? Yes, I know what you're referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder. If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever... Because it doesn't matter. I'm gonna try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get to you. That's their choice. Has nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sasuke. How could a brave soldier serving the House of Ikalia allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? Ooh, that one cut. A worthy attempt, counselor. Okay, never mind, it didn't cut. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family. That made Sarah sad. Family, the Ikalia raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. They got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. He did that a long time ago to people I've never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. Do you have thoughts on that, Morgan? Do you have thoughts on that, Evangeline? This game loves to do these little moments. Loving the genius idea of having the serial killer argue for the value of strangers' lives. The aunts, uncles, cousins, the parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sasuke. Can't I? The Akali are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that. Pardon? State thinks you murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer, nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, they shave you. What? When you're convicted, they shave you. For hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about that virtual work release thing? Do they fit you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. Put a man in chains, strip him naked, sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. Shave his head, give him a uniform, and make him sit in the dark with 500 others who've been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. Boy, we love to play around with humanity and its dignity and what does and doesn't qualify as human in this series, don't we? After you're so bored you're seeing constellations in concrete, and after you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new, that's when they ask if you'd like a job. After people stop being people. Notice Morgan is black eyes mode here. Yeah. Good catch. Thank you for pointing that out. How could you even know any of that? We encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there! Due to ongoing controversies following the suspected suicide of inmate Jay Gallet, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Well, that's one of the most interesting definitions of all, ain't it? How could you even know any of that? I'm a defense attorney, Sasuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you? I take my phone and call Hana Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess to these crimes, and you'll walk free. After which, you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. It's not. If you are at all curious, I've done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable. Though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Ikalia. You could become their greatest ally. Together, your families would I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. I won't do it. Why the hell not? Well, why not, Sasuke? You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me my entire life and claiming myself before the world as the son of the people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son, and in return, This is fun because I get to get like angry when I do voice acting. It's fun because I never like, I pretty much never like actually raise my voice, so it's fun to do.
Acting! Can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they'll follow you into the deepest valley. Is that it? You'd rather rot in prison as Nikaria than live in luxury as a blue blood? Boy, it is kind of funny that, you know, Sasuke was always blue-colored, huh? Cute little interface hint. Gladly. This is my answer, Morgan. You try and use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel. And change my plea to guilty.
That's your answer. Then that's your answer. You're the client. What you say goes. Right. So if you somehow last another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when we go into court tomorrow. Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter? I might have found a window of opportunity. Chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. You remembered anything else about your captivity? Maybe. If we go over it again and I extrapolate somewhat, or a lot. We'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to the stand tomorrow. All I need to do is keep silent, right? You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify? You expect me to stay up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Oh yeah, that's right. She did it. I was so caught up. You know, this one is fun because it's so easy to get caught up in like the mob drama that you're like, oh right, Red did it. Well, she didn't kill the cop. All right, you good taking another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment. Of course, Adonai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sasuke's monitored all night. Yeah, there's still the entire question of who killed the cop. My running theory is dirtbag lesbian. We know from the squeaky toy, the supersonic noise that she would have been one of the first to find out. Also, I would have to double check my notes on exactly who is where, but if I remember correctly, she's young blood. So of the side of the blue bloods, there's like the young bloods and the old heads, and she is being taken advantage of by the. We'll see if I'm right here. We'll see how well I'm remembering the plot line here. She is being taken advantage of them. Yeah, she works for them and she's getting paid, and it could be worse, but she literally has like tattoos on her because they literally use her blood to stay alive. Like, she's being mistreated by the old guard. The old guard is banking everything on finding their lost prince and getting access to their money. If they never get it back, then it's the Youngbloods. So, a dead Sasuke means they don't get funded and gives the Youngbloods their chance to rise here. So, she has it in her advantage to be on the scene. Exactly how the cop dies, I'm not sure there. I think that something went down. That I'm not sure, but she has incentive to race over there, and she has reason to know who Sasuke really is. So that would put her in position to be, because I can't think of who else it would be. Like who else would be over there to do it? I don't think it's the partner. He's kind of a weenus. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sasuke is monitored all night. What is it? You gonna ask me to explain his decision? Because I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who've shown loyalty to him. Now I'm going to keep an eye out, because Fire Mountain mentioned, I'm going to keep an eye out for Black Eyes Morgan. A little bit more. Shown loyalty. Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the noble house of Ikalia around here? They hiding under a box somewhere? The people who've shown loyalty to him historically. I have, but I can look more. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. He considers the Ikalia his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. What do you think? I don't know. Did they really shave everyone in prison, or was that another bluff? Not everyone, no. Hi, Fizzberry, hello. How are you? Everybody go follow Fizzberry, she's adorable. Wait, can I just do this? Can I just randomly shout people out? I can just randomly shout people out. That's so cool. For some reason, I had it in my head that you can only shout people out after they raid. That's not the way that works at all. Anyway, what's up? Welcome. We're doing Of the Devil. It's plot twisty. I am down here because everyone loves this one. Everyone loves this one. Everybody loves the robot girl. I can't block the robot girl, or people are like, hey, down in front! Only everyone who can't pay the fees. You took a fun gummy and you're doodling? Nice! I shout people out while they're streaming sometimes. Every once in a while, I'll have like a random shout out like in my like history, and I'm like, uh-oh. People are aware of me when I'm not around. That's terrifying. Hey, we should shout out Gloop Queen. Yay! Good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. Hey, isn't this the art from Ep 1? No, it was a little different in Ep 1. A good story. It maintains its appeal even when it's viewed in hindsight. Yeah, being perceived while you're not perceiving is terrifying. Like, my coworkers have probably had conversations about me when I'm not there. What the fuck's that about? How dare they? Bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. Picture's there, but it's muddled, vague. She's being so noir right now. You feel like an idiot for bothering to pierce it together. Filmed in boob vision. Sosuke is that kind of puzzle. I fit every edge to every edge just so. But the result wasn't satisfying. Infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. Oh yeah, no, like it's I assume like thirst posting and like awareness is different. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, what the Ikalia are hiding, what Emma's thinking. What I've learned, what I know to be true, what I can prove, and what I can actually say. Seems to me that Black Eyes is her being genuine, Red Eyes is her facade of trying to act normal. Yeah, I was gonna comment on it, but other stuff was going on. I don't think I've ever seen her smiling when she's got black eyes. She's frowning when she's got black eyes. And even after all that, getting kneecapped when a client refuses to play his best cards. I want to clear my head. Yay, killing time! Or maybe empty it. Watch, look, bake. Are we gonna make cookies? We're gonna make cookies? Little Morgan snacks? I don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. My homepages used to be great, tuned to a T. I get closed-circuit footage of the industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in the title. I love that this is what she fucking watches. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. The end results, my internet history looks a little more random to an outsider. I guess I can forgive it. Oh, but if she ever gets me added to mailing list for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access. Yeah, you know what? If there's a detail that I didn't know that I wanted, but now I'm obsessed with, it's Morgan's YouTube homepage. That's awesome. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes if I let my eyes unfocus, the massive foot traffic on the streets below melds into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me, its edges lost beyond the horizon. Yeah, so Sarah lives here now, right? Like, Sarah just lives here, right? Which can be zen in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell wants more insects crawling around their house? I'm not hungry. I want bugs. I want to eat the bugs. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. But the cleanup isn't fun. When I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to butter up or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer until I end up throwing it out. Very fascinating that she will cook for others, but not herself. Sarah seems to shovel it all down without complaint, but she's not here now. Very fun that the robot can eat. When I was still slaving away in that witch's office, I never wanted for hungry mouths. This baking monologue is ever so slightly sexual. IDK if it's just me. So, welcome to Of the Devil. Morgan is incredibly sexual while incredibly in denial. This woman is a puzzle box. She's very repressed. Yeah, she's very repressed. Yeah, Fizz, if you haven't been keeping up with this one, one of the mechanics in this game is that there's like an in-universe kind of Google. So like if terminology goes by and you don't know what it means, you can come in here and look it up, which is fun. But, oh, it's not mentioned here. But on one of them, I think it's when she looks up host clubs, she writes text only because she literally doesn't want to see pictures of naked people that badly. Worker! Oh, it was worker. Yeah, let's see. Down in the W's. Yeah, worker. Yeah, see at the top, she searched worker, information only. She didn't want to see sex workers on her phone. Even though she's a defense attorney and a serial killer. Is she Mormon? She's... You know what? She's Mormon in a lot of ways. I don't think they would let her join, though. Did you catch she censored the word emotion in one of her monologues? No, I didn't catch that. But yeah, if you're new to this series, she's a criminal comma defense attorney. Coworkers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake it into a pie and find an office birthday party to crash. Yeah, go play episode 0. This is good. Gone without a trace in minutes. Oh, this is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers in the backs of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. Somebody's about to kick in the door. We gonna have a weird little nightmare? We are. Hey, cool kid. Go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity. Does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know that I can give you advice since I'm only a member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first. I don't know. Ask questions. Talk to people, I guess. Record what they say. Take notes and think hard. Oh, this is very funny in context of her making Sarah do video interviews. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Guess I fell asleep after all. It's still dark out, though. What time is it? 5 in the morning? It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes? That's it? Oh, what the hell's going on with me today? Am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? Oh, I should check my temperature. There might be something wrong with me. I don't feel like I'm gonna find the thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first title that pops up is an advertisement. There's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for third time. Double or nothing. Federal investigators recovered Denning's girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. But you just cost me 600, you little shit. Up, here we go. We're learning something. Federal investigators recovered Denning's girl. The nation rejoices tonight as daughter of renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound thanks to efforts of federal investigators spearheaded by a playbook that applies old techniques to tackle new challenges. Dennings originally rose to prominence as the CEO of Constancy Incorporated, which was at the time a marketing firm specialized in virtual advertising. But Dennings' vision for bringing advertisements to the front lines with heads-up displayed services cracked open the previously uncharted market of active duty armed forces members. Ew! Serving them relevant, relatable, automated, generic content that informed them about the products they were waiting for on their doorstep when they got home. Ew. After making Constancy one of the leading advertising agencies in the world, Dennings thought he'd finally get to spend time with his family when he graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on philanthropy, while also serving as Chief Operating Officer in an advisory role. But tragedy struck earlier this week when his daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school in an attack investigators describe as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the vicious attackers contacted the Dennings family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have panicked or worse, given into their demands. Dennings is not a lesser man. He also clearly paid for this article. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It's really quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings cleared enough to contact right away, so one investigator close to the operation. Investigators in Ep 0, there's a reference to this. She sees something on a news ticker and comments the family must be getting desperate since they're offering a platinum plan for information. Oh. Investigators. How long? How apart are all these episodes? Has she been having like the most insane month? We really wouldn't describe this as a terrorist act, and then the fucking long brackets here, but the sick, twisted terrorist who commits atrocity did do us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. From the way they spoke, the words they chose, we started to narrow down their possible backgrounds, and then we revisited the crime scene. Months apart. Okay, well, she's just had a wild year then. Investigators credit their breakthrough to footage of the kidnapping that indicated the terrorists had military-level training and discipline, carrying out the attack in a so-called quartet formation, considered a signature of the military's elite hostage retrieval squad. Anyone can read handbooks and try to copy what we've seen in military sims, but this brutal act of class-motivated violence was carried out with so much as a shot fired, miraculously. Skills like that, unfortunately for the suspect, are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search all 4 suspects' properties within the hour. Yeah, the PR is wild here. While some less dignified members of the press question the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions, a possible relationship between Mr. Deng's past work and the suspect's military backgrounds, I was about to say advertised to the fucking military. Chief Director of Investigations Valentine avoided the mudslinging with a succinct reply of no comment. Wow. Okay, so it was. Mr. Denning's business associations have no bearing on the value of his daughter's life, which I'm glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of my brave young investigators to my left here. Special Investigator Ayase. Wait, hold on. Are any of these names going to be familiar? Special Investigator Ayase, Technical Analyst Solkov, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beckham. Are you as inferior to blah 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 the ad? How's that for long odds? What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. Maybe chewing at melee for keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. That woman was like a... Hang on, that knock doesn't sound like melee. Oi. Voice almost sounds like... Been up already, you shit! Oh, I better check the door cam. They're advocating tying people's internet searches to their tax return ideas. Awesome! I love how fucked up everything is. Detective? Is that you? Open up. Pardon? I said open up. Oh, she's drunk. Oh, she's hammered. Hang on, are you... Don't pretend you can't hear me in your little creep cave, you little creep. Detective Reyes, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask me that. Oh, I can just wave my badge hello to the door cam. But my door just unlocks like that. That cannot be legal. Oh, it's not legal. Wait, what model of door is it? Oh yeah, for this model of door in this city zoning, it's legal for me to unlock your door like that. Oh, I guess Han had a point. Needing to make spare keys is a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. Okay, really good drunk sprite happening here. And since you just invited me in, I did not. Here I am, above the book. What's happening right now? Why is your ceiling all the way up there? Who'd you kill to get a place this huge? Why do you even do this in this much space? Hang from the rafters like a bat? Echo! Echo, echo. Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone even know you're... Does anyone even know you're here? What? Let me check. Morgan, no! Don't do a murder! Detective Reyes, badge number 10, reporting on all channels, self-assignment, protective surveillance of suspected criminal target. Threat assesses medium low target abilities. Not a threat to self or others. Reporting in from... What's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Reyes. Reporting from address withheld. Any copies? Over. Copy. Copy. Cam, stay under the building. Copy. Reading by monitor. We got you, 10-06. Have a quiet. Are you finished? Hey, where's the snowball? What? She waves her hands in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Snowball, Porky Ball, Mucha Ball. Sarah's doing her job. Likely story. You probably make her sleep in a coffin in the parking garage. Going off David's setup, she'd be more comfortable if I did. It is booze. That's water. Ugh, God. Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk. And I'm drunk because you're in danger. No other way around. I drank because I was pissed. And Claus and everyone told me to go home. Even though he shot a guy only a few hours ago. I'm the one who's too emotional and too useless. Oh, right. That was like a few hours ago. Oh, shit. So I came here in case you're a bad guy. Cause you defended a cop killer. Uh-huh. Who's also an orchid killer. A whale cop killer. Kill a whale cop. Every goddamn idiot in the city wants to shoot him. And also you, cause you're a stinking lawyer. Thanks? And now I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyers! Thanks. So I'll park myself right here and catch the next assassin they send after you. I'll lock them up and throw away the key! And if I accidentally save your life too, that's okay. Even if you don't deserve it. You could have just stopped talking. I can stop talking easy. You really not eating drink? I'm not sure I want to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? You're the host, do whatever. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, and or else screw top. If I have to host a drunk Detective Reyes for the rest of the night, as I evidently do, I suppose I needn't force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh shit! I said I'll get it! Awesome. I'm so happy this is happening. Wait. This is the best part of the fit, where he breaks down the horsepower. For years, they abided by this gentleman's agreement, where the engines would have horsepower capped at 2. Oh my god, this is awesome. I love that she has car autism. To avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in a country with such a huge street racing scene. Right. But the crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower, and they all listed the horsepower as 257 domestically. Yeah. And good God, everybody knew it. I mean, they're selling the same car with the same engine, with the same goddamn torque rating in 2 different countries. And they were saying, oh, I don't know, I think it's only 276. That's crazy. I was born in the wrong generation. I'll die without even knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement so leaks could be noticeable. That's natural gas, you dummy. Scare me for a second, jeez. If you're gonna try and ruin something for me that I never even had a chance to experience, you better get right! Anyway, I threw up. Doesn't know the difference between gas and gasoline. So, you need Chopin? Do you need Chopin? God. We dated, okay? Happy? I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long? Once? Which is not a lot. Duh, I know. It was such a shitty date. He wore his uniform. Like I was supposed to salute. And God, he was cheap. I said, would you tip the bartender? He got confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Cause you tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. I was telling someone grew up with money. Maybe they just can't hide it. Maybe none of them ever learned the decency to try. Rockford's not so bad. Yeah, boy, you perked up at that one, didn't you, Morgan? Rockford's not so bad. I mean, it's obvious still, but, you know, the airhead part kind of offsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money? Morgan, you had to know this. Morgan, you knew this. Morgan, you knew this. There's no way Morgan didn't know this. What are you talking about? Go, you see, you can tell a joke. Oh, worst date I've ever been on. Waiters looked like she's gonna stab him. You'd think he was allergic to salt, the nitpicking he did. She is selectively incurious in fascinating ways. Yeah, I think she is. I think that is correct. And he has the balls to tip 10%. That is bad. Oh, what do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s. How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip. What tip? Oh, the tip! Well, yeah, but still. Do you even have like a dating profile? Or do you just hang around like funeral homes and castles and shit looking for other creatures of the night? Oh my god, she's the best. I'm coming back down here so you can look at her more. I don't have a dating profile. You meant shopping through an app? Yeah, dating app for cops. Is it dating app for cops? Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. Why is it called just for all if it's just for cops? Oh, it's a pun. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay. Play on words for justice for all. Cop catchphrase we say all the time when we catch people. There's an app for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sun allergies. I don't think there's an app for me. Hang on, let me project a hologram of the world's smilest violin out of my eye socket. Abs suck. Anyway, this one we matched, she was terrible. This one I matched, she was terrible. Her teeth. She's trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. You remember your first? I don't know why everyone's always so concerned with firsts.
Virgin.
Ray has, I always get it wrong. Ray has bisexual moment. Did that come through? Ruby, shout virgin again.
No.
How's that mean? Don't worry about it. I have never once given a second thought to anything you say. So get that straight. I want to slap the guy's dumb face at the end of that date. Then I didn't even recognize him. This game keeps showing me cops who need to stop being cops. I mean, one thing that we seem to find out over and over in this system is that, like, people contain multitudes, and they're very often inside of systems that are awful and nightmarish, and are acting out the will and desires of these nightmarish systems, and they should not be let off the hook for that, but they're also people. So you're forced to be conflicted about them. I love it. It's great. I didn't even recognize him. When Lon and I came in, he was face down. Whole floor, just blood and paper. I couldn't turn him over. I had to preserve the scene. I just had to leave him there. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I'm angry. You seem to get angry a lot. You've been around managing, you know what this is about? Managing anger?
Reyes to me is like a really stark look at the like heroic anime JRPG characters. Like, I'm gonna be a cop when I graduate so I can protect people. And what that'd actually be like. I like how, and then Neb, with the same thought, very similar thought right out the gate, raised to me as like bonding the PRD over the cop is now she knows that it's not that she replaced her eye for the job, so is he gonna quit? Yeah, she's in too deep, and yeah, the eye thing is tough. Keeping calm, not letting your emotions control you. I'm great at all of that. You say so. I do say so. When I'm feeling most of the time, I'm a goddamn saint with how calm I stay. I don't know if she realizes she's in too deep, but she has some questions about it. Yeah, it's too small. Little hole in the bottom of a big water tower. Fills up faster than it would drain. That was big, I trampled
This whole city down long before Vanger's gone. Didn't even seem like people from the hall. Just two people-shaped things face down in blood. Sasuke and Chopin? They're both face down? What? Yeah. Because Rogers was cuffing Sasuke on the ground? Klutz, that guy couldn't cuff a cow. A cow? I don't know, something that didn't cuff easy. A dress shirt. Oh, we want a round of applause. Every clap for the world's greatest wordsmith. Oh, shut up. They were both face down, huh? Interesting. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Making it off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I could sleep in my chair if I had to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually. It's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. So now a homicide detective knows where I live. I guess the address is on the business card, downside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember a time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember a time I got that mad. Have you ever been mad, Morgan? Have you ever been angry? Do you think in this world, like what Misha is implying, do you think that there are implants that can just like unhang over you? Do they got like a blood scrubber mod? The last time I cried. Screw this, introspection's a scam. I'm not nearly so flush that I can afford to waste time on it. Uh-oh, started having an emotion. Squish, 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 squish. She's definitely been mad remembering she fucked up the department because the murder scene wasn't perfect anymore. Yeah. One of the very first things we really find out about her. Very funny lie to tell herself. Oh my god, stop smiling like that. Yes, you found a teacher's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Or whoever his lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure. You're going to be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club sign-up period's next week, isn't it? Actually, you need to find 4 members. I'm going to be out that day. Family thing. What a face. You show everyone Puppy Dog Eyes that pathetic? Look, if you're going to be a lawyer, you need to get better at reading fine print. See, you need 5 members to found a club, but if you have at least 2 students present in the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Remember when she called her, because her parents called her? Wasn't like the tumor or something like that? Just use that winning personality of yours. It's a family thing. I can't say no. Nothing. I didn't say anything. They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting? No? Yeah, who is the cool kid? The cool kid doesn't really seem to jive with anyone that we've met so far, you know? Like, the cool kid is interesting, but I'm not... Like, at first I had maybe a weird thought that it was Emma, but I don't think it's Emma. Who is the cool kid? And the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows, androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. They weren't this concerned. Why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. District attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay or to look like they've been successfully intimidated. There is such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theater! Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Cyan has completed, Adonai? Their report on the bindings? Yeah. Hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sasuke was held stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. A summary of forensic DNA conducted by Cyan as follows below. Sweat matches the DNA of subject A. Skin matches the DNA of subject A. Blood matches the DNA of subject A. And subject E. Miller. How did Miller's blood get on this? I might have my people screwed up. I need to look at that again. Oh. Okay, you were this little brat. Okay, yeah, you were this little brat. Got it. Were. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better. Actually, yeah. Wait a minute. I'm seeing all of your face. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection? Sosuke consented to an intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night. You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. That interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail? What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest? I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning, thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Why'd they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though? Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly. Trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you looked like you'd been thrown through a windshield. Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge your injuries provided. Thank you, Sarah. Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know. Blush, 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 blushing, 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 blushing. Why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. No, I've had that since birth. Oh. I was told once that it's charming. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy! Sosuke kind of rules. Thank you for clarifying that for the court, Detective. And that was the same story he told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reyes were the second on scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Good to have it on the record so I can look it over. Actually, let me look it over. Detective London testified that he and Detective Reyes arrived on scene as the second pair of officers. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. This also flies in the face of what we just found out from Reyes when she was hammered. So that's interesting. As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify, seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? Did you not expect that, Emma? Sosuke Ikaria, I'm the head of personnel security over at the Ikaria Financial Group. And the IFG, that's a family-run, small business, mom-and-pop operation, I take it? Family-run. Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court has already a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How were you captured and tortured by these four known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead? How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin? I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself? I can only tell you what I remember, even if that's mostly pain. How about after the pain? How did it end? I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin. Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume? Objection! I can answer. It was a novel experience. Pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent, didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the record show the witnesses admitted to wielding the same Mag US used to kill two of the victims. Is this okay? Stumbled forward towards a door. And past it, the whole room seemed red. And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish? There is one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword. They hate it. So he admits it? You remember holding your sword? Morgan completely stone-faced over here. Oof, that ain't good. That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria. It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it up. Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria? No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights. I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial. Ouch! Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor. If you insist! Round 1, fight! Oh, surely we're past round 1 by now. Cut bindings. Yoru the sword, and Magus the gun. Wait, hold on. Can I look at the cards again? No, I can't. I think it was the untie the bindings. Weren't they cut? Didn't we just get in the report that they were cut? Didn't we just get in the report that they were cut? I thought we just got that they were cut. Sasuke isn't lying about anything, is he? No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world can't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Yeah, no, hold on. Yeah, here we go. I'm like 99% sure. Cut bindings, yep. Yep. Wanna bet? Sasuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. Not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to a statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sasuke. And they've very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out, you cut your way out. Yeah, now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people ask that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sasuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is... is doing just fine, thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard physical evidence. They had to have been cut. By something sharp. What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru? Oh, we're trying to bring the knife back in. His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with the sword to bring him into the main room for questioning. Where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass. Well, counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves. I feel like I'm like, this is such a fun case because I feel like I'm like meta aware of it because like I'm 99% sure that he had the knife. Is there? Let me look at those again. Let me look at those again. Where were they? Cut bindings. Stiff with dried blood, clearly cut with something sharp. It's weird that Miller's DNA is on it. That's interesting. You know what? I'm gonna pick a fight. I feel like I'm a little in the dark. I'm gonna pick a fight though, and we'll see if I get tagged here. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean? Yeah, like, I know it was the knife, but I haven't put together how she's gonna prove in court that it's not the knife, that it was the knife. The problem lies with the DNA. Okay, it was the DNA. Okay. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see is the DNA on the bindings but not the sword. Good, actually, that probably would have been the way to look at it, though. Let's see, whose DNA is on the sword? Come here, sword. Are you down near the bottom? Yeah, the sword. Let's see, blood residue at various points on the blade matches the victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. So there is Miller DNA on it. That blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy? Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall. By your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What a piece of... How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. She's lying! That's not possible! You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it. And I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Hi, Vampy. Hello. Welcome to Spoiler Town. Yeah, we're at the end of the case, so it's Spoiler Town. Miller's autopsy shows he had no wounds beside the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks and Creek, then picked up his sword, as he just stated in his testimony, and went to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation? Not even if you used something else to break out of confinement? It's knife time. Is the knife like, is this game gonna be a dick about chain of custody information? I think it's knife time. I think it's knife time. I was hoping the knife would re-enter the picture. Alright, let's see if I get tagged here. What if my client had simply used this to break out? What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. Yeah, I guess we do get to learn. Also, it seems like the way the chain of custody works in this universe is if Sarah is like recording everything as they're dicking around, it counts. Like, it seems like if they find it with clear evidence of like the scene having been secured and things like that. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. That's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible. What she said. There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? Imagine if there was a legal visual novel that requires you to pass a fictional bar exam before you can play it. That would be awesome. This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. Okay, here comes Sarah to back me up. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did? Need her to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it, Doubting Thomas? It's not the android I had of trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings. AB- and B-, Your Honor. Oh, that's right, she licked it. Your Honor, the people are, of course, interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster. From an alley in the lower wards! Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. What? The bat was post-mortem. The point still stands. Well, how about it, Morgie? Oh, I'm riding that nickname into the fucking dirt. Any link between this totally not suspicious file-broad knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. Of course I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. Sorry, I was so caught up in the thrill of Morgie Wargie. Let me check this dialogue one more time. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. Okay, how do we put the knife on Sosuke? Cut on left-hand finger. Right-hand prints on the handle. So he couldn't, yeah. Yeah, so he grabbed this with his right hand, but he held this with his left hand, but he got a cut on his left hand. So it's going to be the med records. Let's see if I get tagged here. Just take another look at that. Your client's medical intake record? A little late to still be strumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. My girl! Oh, she's the best. There are. Well, I did not remove my shirt for... If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Oh my god, the robots all want to fuck him. Slight laceration found on left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident. Neither paints a very gallant picture. But if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of the escape. Imagine if he shows up as a recurring character and every android strangely wants to fuck him. Why not? Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes. But none his own. Adonai is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin. But not one drop of Sasuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find that just so happens to have Sasuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB minus, that blood type. Doesn't match anyone's in this case's full file except for Sasuke. Sarah, the case was 3 weeks ago. Stop making fan cams of Sasuke. What? I do blood type fortune telling. Can we, like, hang out with her? So I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots right to the base of my skull. Counselor Morgan. You know, it's so funny. Everything about everything AD-84 does is like, boy, every single thing about are robots capable of love and being real people? It's like, there is no way AD-84 is emulating being a real person. She's too fucking bonkers, proactively. Counselor Morgan, perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I know a lot about the ADHD thing. Thank you very much. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck. Would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I'd, hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect Gukemi. In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck? Yeah, did you repeat what she said, but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass middle... It's worth repeating, Your Honor. Because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. I'll overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. Em's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed in my hand. It was 1 card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool. So does someone have her number? Is there like a group chat room, everyone who works for the government, or... Dr. Sato's already on her way. So there is a group chat, and I'm not in it. She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess we just slack off until she's done, then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. AD-84, maybe she get her number. Maybe she'd hang out outside of work. Yeah! I think AD-84 and Sato would be a great couple. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Cyanus Security. Oh, yeah, no, I think 84 wants to hang out with Sarah, too. Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Dirtbag lesbian, dirtbag lesbian, dirtbag lesbian, dirtbag lesbian, dirtbag lesbian. Oh my god, speaking of dirtbag lesbian, look at the face in the background here. Adelaide Hahn, site manager at Cyanus Security. I served as supervisor on the scene of the crime scene in case 356319-B. Wow, can I call you lady? Nah, babe, what should I call you though? You can keep calling me, babe. You address the adjutant as your honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Emma once again has to stop putting... has to put a stop to robot thirsting. Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but we at Santa Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It's a drum. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? Yeah, they are. I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Cyanus Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding, an effective pseudonym, what the fuck is that? For Kim Acquisitions, aka the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards, is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If you say so, sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witnesses hostile? Can I get popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Pseudonism is an organism that writes fictions it's a shame to be associated with. Beautiful. Why you're allowed to run your business and manage your petty fiefdoms? Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal, capitalist, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Morgan has a boner. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. Incredible pick of Emma, yeah. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs. Your witness, counselor. Emma's mad. My turn. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that it gather as much of the information as possible at the scene of the crime, and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did Science Security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself? Trouble with being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. Lot of naps in parked cars. Let's slip a few details about the building's setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. I can ask about the weather? Why can I ask about the weather? Am I forgetting a part where the weather was ever relevant? Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Cyanus. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork. The front door was Cyanus, the individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. I think it's reasonable to ask if all the doors require keys. Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? You want to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. It was a warm night, I'll bet. You asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor. Just trying to be polite, but if you insist. Ah, were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows. Not sure. The crime scene and the room directly below it, were their windows open? Yes, those windows were open when Cyanus arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. Even if it's been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. I'm gonna shy away from the soundproof one. Is the building being soundproof something that's on record? Let's see, was the building being soundproof on record? Yeah, there was the whole discussion about the cops hearing the gunshots. Yeah, you're right. We did have that on record. You're right. Yeah, I'll ask about it. Why was the building made soundproof? Don't know. I'm not a building inspector, and I got the impression this wasn't a place that cared about certifications. You oversaw the site for days, and you can't tell the court. The witness has already answered, Your Honor. Witness that knows when to stop talking. At least I'm no worse off for having asked. Oh, that's interesting that it was a harmless press. The knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No, none. Why, game, why would I press? I'm at 21. I'm at 21. Why would I press? I'm at 21. Have you considered it may be funny? It would be funny, but I'd lose points. And I like points because I can buy phone charms with them. I'm not going to press. Thank you. That was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd, attention-grabbing claim first. So that the people can properly eviscerate it. Oh, that big smile. Yeah, what she said. Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting they didn't even try turning the handle first? I'm gonna go ahead and say the front door was locked. Because... Yeah, no, it's not the front door. It's that weird room. I'm gonna say the front door was locked. It's that weird side room. We have a hiding spot for somebody on site. It's that weird side room. I 100% believe, because we also, if I remember correctly, Morgan locked it. Like, we can't bring that up right now in court because it was in the middle of a serial killing, but Morgan locked it. They had to shoot it open. No, the door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness has testified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically. So it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case, we know the front door was locked all night. And we know that the master key was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor. Then, where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say, anyway? Just that they used a spare key! Oh, a spare key, how convenient. But completely unfounded. I like that Morgan did that card, that's fun. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably! So I'm gonna show the courtroom where it was hidden instead. The dumpster that got moved. I thought, okay, you know what? I guess I was wrong. It's not going to be the secret room. It's going to be the fact that the dumpster moved. It was, yep, spare key under the dumpster. Why would you think to look there? Yeah, nothing in that alley got checked. Nobody was thinking about that fucking alley. Yeah, the dumpster is the best link here because it got moved. Alleys are gross and yeah, alleys are gross, cops are lazy, Cyanus isn't gonna help any more than they have to, and the cops think they got their guy. The cops think they got their guy. Why would they keep looking if they think they got their guy? They're supposed to, but... The dumpster? What's your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage? I'm gonna ignore that comment, and besides... There wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. Hey, wasn't this like one of the first details we found out? I think it was. It's funny that it came... We can all see those marks council, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. So what? Your claims that the spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Yeah, not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant. Or a setting stone or a biwa statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive, and its wheels are long gone. Correct, so if anyone had moved it after police arrived, the cops would definitely have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to somewhere between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like... Sorry, Han. We could have had something special, but... I gotta murk your ass. Goodbye, girly pop. It had to be Han, of course. Counselor. Ooh, she's mad. As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, she would have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Me, I couldn't push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you just said. We could check for your fingerprints on the front door. Leave the... You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You get nothing but partials from a bunch of enlisted and addicts and whoever else stumbling down in an alley. Would we? Don't know. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene, and how I might have stepped out in this alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Han's prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing! What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were, and she was there long before Santa showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm gonna prove how she got there before the police did. What the hell was that? Adonai, did you really have to do that again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle every time I press it. Every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency, as does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. Oh, Han, you're going down. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course. Near where Creek's body lay. Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or toy. Did anyone ever teach them when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene! Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. Lower Wards is a tight knit, high density community. How far could you have been? Far. I wasn't in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those 2 officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot at around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. You're coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, you're really going to claim that she simply ran away? No, at that point, she would have had to hide. Here's where the fun room comes in. This place was a safe house, and only one of these vaults was open. Since they didn't see her logically, since we didn't see her logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but it's also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier? Rogers had already had apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? That was fucking awesome. 2 police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked perhaps by a spare master key? Big gasps all around. Is that some kind of big deal? Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind Officers Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. Not a bad place to be. If you want to do some backstabbing, you gotta be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness is somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. Ugh, that's... non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. Oh, I thought I had something. I tried to put the cards on the table. How could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the 3rd floor? Is Rogers distracted at the window, maybe, or...? Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't have asked what Han could have done to get in a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first act what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol? The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai. Well, if Han won't self-incriminate, the only testimony that gave me a clue as to her actions would be... Fudge, I'm trying to remember what got said in each of these. I'm going with Rogers. It was Rogers. I thought that he was going to be like... He was the one who would have interacted with Han. Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Oh, that's right! Sosuke was unconscious and London got there pretty late. Yeah, London was there way late. We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. That's right, they parted ways. That's right, they weren't together. That's it, the sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... landed on the dumpster. The sound of Officer heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape, and onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall. Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, might you at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin? I don't think I'm prepared to do it yet. I don't think I'm ready to do it yet. No, I don't think I'm ready to do it yet because all I have the evidence for right now, if I think about it, all I have the evidence for is her running away. I have the evidence, you know, I can establish that, you know, that she jumped, you know, I can establish that she was there. I can establish that she jumped out the window. I can't cinch it and say that she did the murder. So I'm gonna say that not that she killed Chopin. My theory's right that it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. No, she's been uncooperative and has lied on the witness stand, but she didn't kill anyone. Is it not going to be the dirtbag lesbian? Oof, that was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury, who even cares? Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close? And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself? I think it might be a better use of the court's time if we clear the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holding room. They're forcing us out, what the hell? Hey, tag along, would you? Sosuke? Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I'm certainly still not concussed at this point. See, he's delirious. Trust me. Very well, Adonai. Good luck. Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and moi. Then, when you're done, I get to watch them argue whether or not I should add it to the record. So, you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just gonna be more of the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. Ooh, black eyes. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience. What, the pigs? You think I give a shit what any of them think of? If even any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard? What's an old guard? The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods, who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder. Where'd you learn all that? You binge a late dine special? Knowing Amish, I'll learn this from... Matter of fact, I did. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on. I don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Ikarian lawyers. Court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here. Telling me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't, exactly got me feeling. Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit. But how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdict? Morgan, this is a very interesting card to play. Wait, didn't this happen last time? I'm trying to remember the sequence of events. Didn't this happen at the end of last case where, oh my god, what happened? Morgan did something that gave Emma a big hint. Oh my god, I'd have to go back and watch it. Screw this. 9:47 p.m., night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek because the whistles all have specific frequencies. You gotta set them in your device if you want to listen for them. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. As fast as that way on foot usually is in the lower wards. I knew where the spare key was, helped set up the whole damn place, doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and just got my phone line out when these two idiot cops came up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard Chopin getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Used the spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside and prayed they'd just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. You followed after them? At a distance, but yeah. Saw their boots on the stairs, their shoulders around the corners. They split on the second floor. One went upstairs. He was quiet, except for that squeak on the fourth step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting? Wait, that's different. Yeah, I thought the slam was what made them part ways. Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. That one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I liked Creek. His boys were alright too. Did not want to join them in Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to. Ended up smacking the dumpster instead. Guy on the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley!" I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps in the fire escape. But my knees had stopped shaking and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a Cyanus rep, nah. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it if that's what you're asking. Well then. The people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though none of the answers you provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out, counselor. Didn't even set foot upstairs. No, she just changed them splitting up. She changed them splitting up because the story that we got was that they split up because of the bang. They were already split up when she jumped out the window. That's backwards. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. What are you talking about? Let's see, is it Reading time? Let me look at the log and see exactly what he said. Why she started covering up evidence when she returned. Yeah, I think it might be time to bring up all this Reading stuff. Cause it being we just placed her on the second floor, so she never went to the third floor. But we do know she was on the second floor for sure, and this is destroyed. So I want to talk about this. I don't think it's Reading time yet. I think it's scrap of paper time first. Why go to such effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash! Garbage! Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer? That's okay, I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that coming. Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters from the P492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. It's that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your business card. Cyanus Security? You leaked the red ink? Creek never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it, why would he ask you for it? Old Guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart, everything they feared in a young blood. They also knew Creek made too much money for them to just off. So the Old Guard decided to just wear him down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities. Less downtime, no sleep. Keep him too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for him to screw up. So you can make an example of him when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Or Creek. Once again, somebody who actually had a good side mixed up in something awful. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money. They were the ones who should keep it. Just put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab that Icaria kid or whatever. The same time another expected them to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. Oh, Han! At least that was the rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their head already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. But maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. You think the Old Guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the Chopin guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your questions, Counselor? Not the most burning one. When did this scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark and you were panicked. How could you have even noticed? Paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Removing an item from an ARC scan building would set off any number of red flags, and the first thing would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did! Look back to see how I missed it, but the damn thing was in every pick the ARCs had, right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was the best I could do. Lower ward survival tactics, hide in numbers. So if this scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the ARCs from the start, that means Reyes' body cam saw it on the second floor windowsill. Saw it by the second floor windowsill, the one connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though I've managed to establish is that someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You get all that from one paper? Am I stupid? Just because those papers originate on the third floor? Creek would have made an excellent underdog mafia protagonist. Too bad they made red. Yep. That scrap was found by the windowsill. Someone could have taken the fire escape. Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into Dr. Sato. She has some evidence or DNA or whatever. Maybe even updated autopsy. Maybe even an updated autopsy report if you even care. Cute reference, 80. We let her in? Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so I can cry if I want to. Open her up. And kick the flirt out. Hey, Miss Morgan. Betty Carly and Dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. You gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, hon. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment. I'm not gonna hold my breath. I won't tell any of the other Youngbloods to hold theirs. Boy, I sure would hate for Creek's killer to be standing right here. Whew. Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you, too. That's cool. Just imply I'm the ugly. It's fine. Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say that this is definitively the murder weapon used to stab Miller. But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything? Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was also able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I also found AB- and B- samples on it, found one more blood type as well. A+. Phew! Three people cut with one knife. This can't be hygienic. As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine. A+ blood? Who's there that had A+ blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. Sarah crying about licking it again. I love that that had a special animation. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana, that means this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his own bindings, or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. But wait, that almost sounds like an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. That is not an alibi, Your Honor! Merely an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Sharik Chopin's death still stand. Sosuke Ikaria was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikaria is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana. Something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. and the defense's theorized fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes. But unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is evidence completely overturns our understanding of how Tariq Chopin died. All right, let me think about this one. I love that this theme song gets to play. All right, let me read that one more time. I'm not seeing what to link. I'm gonna get there. Let's see if I can get there on what to link. Let's see. Sosuke was the only living individual in the room. The defense's theorized fleeing suspects only reveals incapable of committing these crimes. There is evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Didn't we just talk about didn't we just have a conversation about the knife? Or is it the EB plus blood on the knife? I'm not seeing the link. At least we get to hear the theme song a lot here. I'm not seeing the link. I always ditz these. We get right to the end and I always ditz these. I don't think it's necessarily the fire escape. We did hear that things are inverted. But that's not on the card. Yeah, I guess the only thing in here that's new is the A plus blood. That blood type doesn't match anyone, does it? That blood type doesn't match any known person, does it? Yeah, the blood type doesn't match any known person. Trying. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller? Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitively used to kill Chopin. What? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A plus blood. Even my client Sosuke has AB minus blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A plus blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it in any blood. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by ARCs. That means it had been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes had arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal if it was post-mortem? Because it was post-mortem. You're basing this on the blood? Usually closely follows the stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assumed the amount of blood at the scene was the result of the sword being jostled afterwards because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart from behind. But it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead, then the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility, if I may, Your Honor. This may just be a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. Sato, thank you for coming through for us, girl. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you've described are not those of a rational human. But wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable, and stabbing the corpse with this katana would be the best way to do that. They didn't need the katana to frame Sosuke. They had the gun. They didn't need the katana to frame Sosuke because Sosuke had a second weapon. Sosuke had a gun. The bullets from that gun were in several of these people. I'm gonna say, yeah, we didn't need it. I'm gonna say it. Let's see if I get hit. Nope. 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 I'm sure it occurred to them if the sword would point to Sosuke. But if their primary goal was framing him, all they do is to put the knife in his hands. Oh, I got hung up on the wrong weapon. Lamau! That's true. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. I guess the gun was out of bullets, yeah. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve? Made a big mess some poor schmuck would have to clean up. Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink docs at the scene. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice? Just so his blood would cover up the red ink docs. This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was some sort of conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed, that is insane. I believe just the opposite. What? Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals, he'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just get the whole project canceled? Leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen, a lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. And an Icalio like my client would be actively rooting for it. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted? Just all that money left on the table? All the future money coming down the line? That's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and rather stab him than explain why he killed his captors? Something along those lines. So, like... What's going on now? Is Sosuke doing or not? That'll be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor. With the help of our final witness. This one unfurls. This one just keeps going. It's amazing. So, Yarlu wasn't even really used to frame me. He was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers? A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investments. Colder than stabbing someone in the back? In some ways. Didn't think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers. Oh, it is gonna be the slimy boy. Oh my god. No problem. Where's everybody, though? Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial being by rescreening every member of the gallery in order to clear the room once. Celerity? Speed! Trials gotta go fast, baby! And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again. Han's description of them acting professional makes me wonder if he's faking being a dumbass. Yeah, the fact that, did we fall for the dumbass act? Maybe we did. I love to fall for acts. I'm very easily manipulated. But yeah, we did find out that they split up before that. We were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating. I guess not. Where'd we leave off with this guy anyway? I believe that lawyer over there just accused my partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods. I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn statement, Your Honor. That he never heard any gunshots in the area himself. Yeah, once you eliminate Han, who is left? I stand by that. Good. Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day? Tempting, but I guess we better not. Your Honor, we asked the witness... wrong voice, sorry. Your Honor, we asked the witness testify once more about he and his partner arrived on the scene. Yeah, no problem. Repeat as many times as you like. Well, I'm going to have to call you on that. My only thing is the whistle. Alright, where does the whistle become the bullshit? Our only thing is the whistle. The Major could have done it with her invisibility trick. The whistle would have had to have been blown very early on. Adonai, you waiting for something, perhaps? Just saving the moment, I suppose. There's only one thing to do at this point, and once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off. So we know this didn't happen, so maybe it's this first one. Yeah, I think it's this first one. I think I'm gonna blow the whistle on the first one, cause. All right, I just have to wait for it to go back around. Oh, I love how so many of these are audio. Quit that already! Oh, I could have done it anywhere. Oh, I bet I could have just done it anywhere, huh? That's funny. Oh, I could have just done it anywhere because she doesn't even bring it up as evidence. She just... As I've mentioned, I feel many times by now that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai. Sorry, Butterfingers. Has anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice? It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... You gonna answer that, Officer Rogers? Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the core computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not? Yeah, I do. Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software and state-provided devices? It's not breaking any regulations. Doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty of sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check. Having an app on your phone makes you guilty of something. You have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards. What do you mean? Common knowledge workers use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left out on line, smoke signals, probably messenger pigeons. Where? Don't jump scare me like that. She's scared of pigeons? You gotta figure this statuesque every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen. Oh my god, that's fucking hysterical. Anyway, whistles like that aren't uncommon. So, is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of Gloops, that's me, on chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia? Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. That goes double for information. So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket? Adonai, I've had to put up with that noise for nothing? Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you are— whoops, I turned on auto. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any devices, even if you aren't a cop. What's incriminating is that Officer Devices was responding to the specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer, a little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact. What? I see. What's she reading over there? Officer Rogers, testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night. Oh, I haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential orchid analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use this information at your discretion. That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line's compromised within minutes. Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled. But as soon as you got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at random frequency, you tuned to it right away? Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me. Barely 24 hours for nearly getting shot myself. I love doing that guy's voice. Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court. You know what I mean. Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believe it to be compromised, having already been used at the scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have had the receiver app on his phone, but so do many other police officers in this city. The app doesn't provide timestamps when frequencies are added. So isn't there proof of when his phones first started listening for the frequency? Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own and could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Since the defense cannot prove that the signal was acquired illegitimately, I never said I couldn't prove that. Let's see, we have the scrap of paper. It's on the second floor in the room before the crime scene. Weird that the data pad has Chopin's fingerprints on it. And record— oh, we're about to slime. We're about to slime the city's finest. We're about to slime the city's finest. Oh, we're about to slime the city's finest. I think so, because this has the dead cop's fingerprints on it and has an aborted dark card transaction on it. We're about to accuse them of dirty dealings. Creek's datapad? They could have pulled the frequency off a file hidden on it. Wait, no, that wasn't what I was going to say. Even if that was somehow true, which it isn't, What would it matter if the officers acquired the frequency after arriving at the scene? That was, oh, I wanted to dump on him. Damn, never mind. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Oh, wait, it's the gun. It's the gun. They frisked, no, duh, never mind, it's the gun. It's the gun, because they're the ones who found it on tanks. They're the one who found it on tanks and let him go. Yeah, it's the gun. It's the gun. That is much more clear. Okay, personally, I wanted to accuse him of being a dirtbag. I went for that one out of hope. The gun? What of it? Not just any gun, a Mag US legally registered to Anchor Ton. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. You may still get to it, it's just not relevant to the current question. But I want it to be. Report. Officers TC and HR reported the following: subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole, and subject in possession of suspected communication software installed on personal phone. He wrote all of that in the report? You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tank's phone, and sat on it until last night when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box. The hell are you even saying? Why would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? Oh, I like causing problems for cops. I feel like that's just what we do around here. For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. Same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars. You wanted to be first on the scene at the site of a blue blood massacre. Counsel is badgering, Your Honor, and losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed, and if only could have gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and yet arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. Laura Ward's amazed, like she could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:45 p.m.? Obviously you do, or they'd never receive the frequency at all. So if person H is on foot and individual R is in a police car, and they both receive a signal at the same time, and a train leaves Appleton at 3 p.m., that seems like an irrelevant factor. Loving the music going down and coming back. All the court need consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if they were within that range? Oh, I can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful. This isn't geometry, damn it, it's just logic. The fact is they did arrive later than Han. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's accusations that night, he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? It would seem the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? Do we have evidence for how exactly Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? Maybe I should look at my evidence really quick. I don't think I do. I don't think I have evidence, but I think what may be the issue here is not necessarily the evidence of how they got there. I'm gonna stay on this one. Regretfully, Your Honor, we do not have such evidence in our possession. But fortunately, Your Honor, we live in a surveillance police state. Pardon? And that makes it pretty easy to surveil police officers. The officer's patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it. Hell! Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. What? What? Can she do that? I'm not sure. I'm still learning. Reyes is drunk and swiping my front door, reminding me exactly how much power the police have. But it was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m., exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene? Kind of a big ask from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object? The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through. You do this. You subpoena that data, you'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron. Officer Rogers? He seems different. Hardly recognize him. Agreed, but I recognize his type. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate. Pardon? That's a first. There's some corrections I feel I should make at this time. No objections here? So it was an act. Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Anchor Ton. He entered into both of our receiver apps at that time without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me the intel I'd obtained, and how he planned on acting on it. 9:45 p.m. we received a signal. Before I could react, he put a notice on the police network that he'd heard gunshots. It was at this time he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what he believed you'd find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction. So you both knew this silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency. But only you realized that you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an orca gunfight without backup. You could have had backup, easily. My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. Apologies to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings, and I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. Interesting twist. But I was not eager to admit the role of my own cowardice played in these events, nor did everyone to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments for the officer. Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water. So you're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shot the lock off a door and started stomping around inside while separated from one another. Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we found in the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet, we were still the first on the scene, despite my stalling for time. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited. I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with this request to split up. First to arrive on the scene, we know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner. That's who you were talking about? The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known there was a blue blood in the building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down the alleyway. That was blue blood making all that racket? I see. My partner would show up and he shouted there was someone scrambling down in the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check. That's a new detail, Officer Rogers. Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday. It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. A bloody knife which somehow ended up down in the dumps. Know anything about that? No, ma'am, I do not. Playing dumb, wrong move. But I do know scientists is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities. Explain this to the court, then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings. You say so. The evidence says so. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with Officer Rogers? Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why. What does the knife have to do with Officer Rogers? Found Rogers arresting Sasuke. Is it London's testimony? Let me look at the log again. Does London's this is, I feel twisted in knots with this one. If the defense is interested, let's see. How is Rogers just arresting Sasuke? All the unread notifs. I know. You should see my actual Discord. Let's see. Let's think about this. I don't think it was the silent alarm. I don't think it was the fact that Sasuke is beat up. Unlocked first for fallout, found arresting Sasuke. Would Rogers have had to see Han? Would Rogers have had to see Han? Because she went out they were on different floors. Let me hold on. Let me make sure I'm answering exactly the question. What does the knife have to do with Officer Rogers? If Rogers was arresting Sasuke and the knife was all over the place. Yeah, if Rogers was arresting Sasuke and the knife was all over the place, how come Rogers didn't notice the knife? Rogers should have noticed the knife. If the knife was actually there the way it quote-unquote should have been, Rogers should have noticed it or otherwise brought it up. But no, it was katana, 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 katana. Alright, I'm bringing up London's testimony. We know for a fact that Sasuke had to use that knife to cut his bonds. And Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sasuke alone. Why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known for using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? That is a question well worth asking the witness. I like when Emma gets mad. I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the Mag US and he had the sword. Sword he'd stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about? Where'd you find it? In the trash. Drum? Down in the alley? Well, then some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out thinking it was bio-waste. Or some saying his lackey tosses a prank. I wouldn't know. Because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor where they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin. We know the knife was Sasuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building. If Rogers never left that room all night, then someone else must have moved it. He could have removed that. Well, he could have. He could have because there's a window of time. The lock is shot at this point. So at this point in the timeline, Chopin is dead. Han has jumped out the window and is long gone. A window of time. Or timeline, whatever. Hold on, let me think my thoughts through here. So they get there, they shoot the lock. The lock has been shot, so now they can freely go in and out of the building. Nobody's there. This guy has a window of time to go down and come back up before London gets there. Because it took a second of time. Hold on, Sinner, don't be giving hints. Let me stumble. I'm gonna say he could have removed the knife.
If you try and give hints, Morgan will kill you.
0 points for you. 0 points again? All that processing power and you can't manage to think in 3D? Doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do was dispose of the knife was to step onto the fire escape. And oh, he doesn't even have to leave. He just has to drop it. Duh. Drop the knife down into the barrel waiting below. I thought, oh, okay, so there was a little detail that I had screwed up there. Was the barrel already on fire? There already was a fire in the barrel. I thought somebody lit it. There was already a fire. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers. What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about? That is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop. Gravity's convenient like that. The target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit, and I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I've come to the conclusion that the pros method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor is not actually all that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and basic understanding of Newtonian physics. Well, obviously, couldn't anyone manage that? Practice martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body, individuals like yourself, might find it hard to relate. But there are some who'd still struggle with the task. Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination? Sasuke couldn't make the throw! His eye was fucked up! Eloquently put, Your Honor. So you must agree with some with hand-eye coordination so bad that they hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault a target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Yeah, but we're about to flip it. You talking about me? She's talking about me, Your Honor. While I find her tone unflattering, none of what she just said is false. Apologies that dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. Just, must there be for me personally such a method of compromise that climbs is not only unthinkable, it's impossible. Of all the stupid details to come back and bite me in the ass, all the piss poor aim that London mentioned. Is it possible that Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy? It's easy to not hit your target. Why did he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself such a strange alibi here today? He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified. Good lord, you'd have to be trying to... His goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass. His margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best. But then, what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over the dead partner would just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive? Yeah, that's the story Rogers was telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged and Sosuke's got the bruises, so he accepted that line of reasoning. Doesn't the gun leave a signature? Like, aren't these like electronic guns with like paperwork and lots of other shit attached? Beatings leave a lot less of a record. Beatings leave a lot less of a record. This wasn't specifically for this case. Yeah, everyone, yeah, let me get there. I will get there, don't worry. Or I won't get there and everybody can scream and everybody can... Okay, either I get there and everybody goes, wow, Gloop, you're so smart. Or everybody screams into a pillow when I miss something obvious. So everybody do me a favor, go over to the couch, grab a pillow so that way you can just... later.
Yeah, just don't talk over her.
I'll get there, don't worry.
Don't talk over her.
His gun wasn't discharged and Sosuke got the bruises, so he accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sasuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards. And we wouldn't even been having this trial. Feared for my life, that's all he needed to say. Under what circumstances would it have been possible for him to claim that? Your Honor, I'm reminded just now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation. Apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force? If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all, but I imagine things happen fairly fast. Isn't it possible the knife on Sasuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? You may have. Can't say that I've necessarily noticed something clattering on the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp. Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify to everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections. Then let's hear it. Good versus evil, man versus machine, cop versus robber. I'm not a machine. Or a robber. Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Ad and I would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine. Yeah, that did happen, didn't it? What kind of joke is that? Sword. Fire escape. The medical records. But then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. He turned to me with dull shock just as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. He collapsed after that and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If you dropped a knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it. Yeah, despite his change in his posture, he's still telling the same story. Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune, but he is giving more detail than ever before, and one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. Sarah's great. Anyone thought of this? Wait, so my details were Yoru, the medical records, and the fire escape, right?
It's come up in your log.
No, it is in the log here. Yeah, so we can look at it like that. Let's see. When the blue blood fled down the fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out the second floor window. That is new. That's new, but it's not, I don't know, it's incriminating. When I heard the sickening thump from above on the third floor, I knew my partner was. I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck. How did you know the sword was stuck? How did you know the sword was stuck? You just got there. How'd you know the sword was stuck?
Like, stuck in the...
Stuck in the guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How would you know the sword was stuck in the guy? He turned to me with jealous shock as I whipped his pistol for it. Like, let me... Hold on. Let me look at the lock on... Maybe he saw Sasuke pull it and it didn't budge. It's weird! Where the hell's the sword? I scrolled past it, I'm sure. There it is. I was looking for Yoro. Bladed weapon I found at the scene of the crime impaled in the torso of Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Identified as Sasuke's personal sword. Taken along with Sasuke down to the lower wards, following an ambush. So... yeah, how did he know it was stuck? That smells. How did you know it was stuck?
It's a interesting thing to say instead of sticky oops, I guess. Like,
yeah, and why would you charged at somebody? So the story he's giving is I got up there, I saw that the sword was stuck and therefore assumed he couldn't use it, so I charged at him. Why would you assume you just got there? You just got there.
God, this is always how.
Why would you? Okay, I'm gonna throw it on that. Okay, what if Yor was actually a living weapon made by Smithy from Mario RPG and the sword itself was the murderer? Yes, that's correct.
That would be so cool.
When that blue blood... Okay, that's not it. I don't think that's it. That's not weird. That's not weird. And the sword was stuck. Yeah, hold on. We can highlight on the sword was stuck. Can I get that? Nope, that wasn't it.
Okay.
That wasn't it. Really, counselor? Are you even trying? Oh, no need to go that far. Yeah, that was uncalled for. I'm the one who doles out all the burns. Alright, what'd I miss?
It seems like a kind of, it's a detail that's really, like, up to, like...
That was sloppy. I need to point out the contradiction between Raj's account and the evidence shows us. Alright, so we have the sword. We have the fire escape.
Yeah, it's up to interpretations.
Yeah, wait,
It's
let
a
me
bit
look
vague.
at...
Like, I think it's kind of hard to go on that.
Yeah, also... Let's see, All right, so what's the bullshit here then? Is it that he was standing over his dead body? Because I thought that we heard from Reyes that he was it the standing? Maybe it was the standing. Hold on, I want to look at the medical record. I want to look at details. There's a lot of details flying here. I want to look at the medical record. Medical records. Okay, let's see. Blood from various sources across the interior of the body. Numerous bones in left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found on left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and burns in both wrists if found. Numerous bruises on the interior front side of the body. Others blood across the tops of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull. Wait, you hit him in the back of the head. You hit him in the back of the head. He was on the ground. He was not standing. Blood across the tops of feet and pant leg. He was kneeling. He was not standing. He was kneeling. He was kneeling in the blood when he got hit. Yeah, he was kneeling.
Standing.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the standing is bullshit. Yeah, I think that's it. It's definitely very decisive. I think it's a little bit more decisive than what I had before. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs where I saw the defendant standing over my partner. Yeah, he was not standing. He was not standing. Really enjoying how I briefly... No?
Huh.
No? No?
So I forget. Had you gone over whether he would have been standing or not earlier in the case?
I'm trying to remember if we did. No. Huh. Okay. Well, whoops. Oh, Ow. Ow. Alright, hold on. Let's look at everything again then. Okay, so our items are the sword, the medical record, and the fire escape, I believe. Alright, so let's look at the sword one more time. What did I miss? Hello, Raiders! Welcome to the very, very, very end of the story, I think. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime, impaled.
Spoilers warning.
Spoilers warning like crazy. Oh, Misha figured it out and I didn't. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Identify Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword Yoru. Okay. Yeah, let me look at the medical record again. Okay, let's see.
I meant the log of what?
Yeah, you want to look at the log of what he said? Sure.
I'm having trouble figuring that too.
Which mouse game? Okay, let's see. Yeah, go play Of the Devil episode 0. Okay.
I'm missing a lot of context here, but I am having trouble.
Let's see. The blue blood fed poked my head into the second floor window. Sickening thump. Oh, mouse PI. Oh, I know the one. How's lesbian ace attorney? Very, 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 very good. But we are deep in it now.
The thump means body flow, but
Hi, Machine. Hello.
the victim that was on the floor.
Yeah, the thump isn't weird. Yeah, I'll shout me out in a second. Reflexively true my service. Saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. We're getting raided like crazy. Oh, it's this one. I think it's this one.
Oh, turn to me. Okay.
He turned to me with dull shock just so I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead.
Okay.
That's not an injury that he has. That's not an injury that he has.
That's where you can.
Yeah,
it being
that's
the
not
back of
an,
the head,
yeah, that's not the injury that he has. The injury that he has is in the back of his head.
I think maybe that's where.
Yeah.
Maybe the right evidence.
That's...
I think you're onto something.
I think it's the most clear cut out of everything here. Yeah, I think it's the most clear cut out of everything here. Into his forehead. Nope. No, you did not do that. There we go. Finally, Jesus. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead when it was the back of his head that was injured?
Classic lie.
What are you talking about? You see he had bruises across his entire body. An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato's still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand? Josuke, you'll have to remove your shirt. To get my head checked? That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan's taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. That was not vague, Emma. Fuck off. Largest wound. But the fact is, this defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including on the front of his skull. No, she's not wrong. I still remember every ache. It's entirely possible that an Officer Rogers struck the defendant in the forehead. The blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And he had fallen backwards hard. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head. But that's not the blood. Now it's the blood. Now it's the blood. The blood. No, it's the blood.
There you go.
Now it's the blood because the blood's on the front. At the moment he hit the ground. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's ultimately not something either the people under the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible. Sosuke's usually mostly healed as of this morning. I hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke. Oh, that's why they tried to patch him up. That's why they were so excited to give him superhuman wound healing. Your Honor, as I see it, either we extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people and the defense flying an x-ray specialist and contusion analysis to argue back and forth about fracture lines, or we could accept that events more or less take place as the witness describes. That he hit the defendant on the head and the defendant fell backwards onto the floor. Yep, Emma, right there. If the head wound's open to interpretation, then... Yeah, no, the medical data doesn't support Roger's story. It's the blood! Forget expert witnesses. Let's all just look at the medical data with our own two peepers. Peepers? Officer Rogers claims that Sasuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards. But what would he have fallen onto? In that room, probably blood and guts. Ugh. You're exactly right! All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today. He would have gotten blood all across his back. But that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sasuke had only fallen forward. And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird though while trying to dodge. Things happen fast. Oh, don't try to bullshit a bullshitter.
He did a cartoon. Whoa!
Zoinks! Bonk! Yeah, that's how he went down. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind? Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you? What? No. Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario. No, he was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me! True. True. I don't deny it. Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say, and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible, the one easiest to reach, the center or bottom of the skull. Not quite. Excuse me. I never said that my client was standing up when this happened.
There you go.
Tops of the feet. He was kneeling. You mean he was asleep? No. Considering that he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious at that time Sosuke Kalia was... He would have, yeah, bent over. Like, I said kneeling, but it would be bent over. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind, and Adonai. What? Why are you interrupting me now? Because I thought you would want to know you were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly. What are you talking about? Sarah's right, Morgan. You should have let her take this one. What? It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke on his crown. As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Morgan missed the innuendo. Oh, I missed the innuendo. I was so locked in on not losing a fucking detail. I missed the dick joke. Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic. Tactics are for freshening your breath. That was funny. What can you claim is weak about the argument? Positioning. If your client really had walked out of that holding room and was immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first, and then push open the door. And he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there. And figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room, here. This is an Ace Attorney, they're not making me click on it. That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first here. But instead, he was apprehended here in the center of the room. Makes sense to me. Looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But he was then dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of the blood we can see were discovered on the floor. Yeah, I wanted them to make me click on that. So those weren't left by him gliding on his feet in order to move silently. I was hoping to learn that technique. Your Honor, I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Kalia was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back. And the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer? There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her. Oh wait, sorry, he's down here. What? None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke, and then what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that? I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed. At the time Sosuke killed him. It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart, and the truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately...
Take a look at the log if birds.
Let's see. Let's see. Let me look at that. Let me look at this. My client never had an opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back. The only remaining individual who could have possibly killed him would be Rogers. You're saying I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke, then what? Snuck up on Chopin? Well, that's backwards. Yeah, no, that would be backwards because you would kill Chopin first. Not as sure about this one as the last one. No pillow this time, whatever you pick. Well, there was weirdness about them splitting up, right? Like, was it? Yeah. There was weirdness about them splitting up. Yeah, no, you'd have had to have taken the lead. I'm gonna go with taking the lead. I don't think it's KO'd Chopin. Well, yeah, no, I know it would necessarily be Rogers, but I don't think the immediate hop is necessarily. I don't think we're quite there. I don't think we're quite buttoned up enough that it was that. I'm gonna go with taking the lead. You were the one who took point, not your partner.
That was it.
Yeah, I got it right. I don't know how. Excuse me? Chopin shot open the lock. Sure, I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming up there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you. What? You already told us you wanted to stall, wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked, and Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead. Told you, I testified! So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor. There it is, there it is, there it is. Objection, mischaracterization of testimony. The witness said the defense referring to did encounter two officers, but the witness has never identified either of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So after Rogers sounded down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the second floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the window behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them. The runner. Only to give up when he saw that there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the third floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would notice a commotion in the alley unless they'd already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the second floor. This blue blood rat here is just misheard, or they're lying. There's no proof for any of this. Yes, there is, officer. There's no proof Rogers went down the fire escape. This paper. This paper moved. It was stuck to your fucking shoe. This paper moved because you were already fucking with the paper. This paper moved because you were already fucking with the papers. This paper moved. Yeah, no. I think I'm getting it here. This paper moved because he was already fucking with the papers. because Han couldn't explain what was up with this paper. She saw that that paper was there, but it wasn't until like hours later when she came back like officially and she tried to hide it. She doesn't know how it got there, and she didn't see it on the way out. It's this thing. It's this thing. All right, did anybody scream at a pillow? That scrap of paper was found by the second floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the red ink documents that were found where the pod died. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it.
Good job.
Proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape and into the second floor. That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Then maybe Chopin. If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the third floor, that would put him behind you. Meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Counselor. Even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and then moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reunited on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously Chopin did proceed to the third floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started. And back where we started? You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious. Meaning the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact, none of this shit matters. This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that? It depends. What? Depends where you live, not uptown, I assume. Was it you? Single bedroom? Yeah, whatever. Not great. Excuse me? Having a ride all round all day with some insufferable, spoiled rich stick in the mud? Knowing the whole time that you, your job, your whole goddamn police department was all just a bullet point on his resume. Counselor is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 is corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off it at the city's expense. But it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. Might also stop the canopy from, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. That's right, we live in fucking Midgar. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big stern frown. I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd have plastered all over town. You're crazy! This is not possible! Did the people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this. Officer Rogers. You were the one who entered the third floor first, weren't you? What's she doing? Yes. How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley? More than 2 minutes? Less than 3. You had a chance to start looking the room over? Yes. And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has just described? No. Nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially? Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner? Yes? I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? when he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand? Damn good question, Your Honor. Oh, don't suck up. Do we have an answer for it? I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off.
Lawyers.
His lawyers are falling off. No, she's still on there. This is a cold guy. Cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sasuke, and start calmly looking around. So is he lying, or did he actually see those papers? No, Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he would just tuck them into his jacket. The papers were in plain view. Were they? I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them if not on the desk? I remember taking them to Creek safe and thinking they were nothing important, so I just... Okay. That's probably how one page got left to where I could stick to the bottom of Rogers' boot. But before I left, I reorganized things. I tried to make it look like it was never there, so I stacked things neatly. You, counselor, any cuckoos in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor, I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. Simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink docs in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there are bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. You gotta be... The hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something in the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officers knew that this was a sort of orca violence from a silent alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place, and if the red ink docs were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically. Was there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? He didn't leave a mark on the dark card, but he left a mark on the tablet. But I don't know if that's going to be it. Used to destroy trace head, only partial remnants found. No, the tablet isn't here. Dark card, known only to rich and criminals. I think that's the hint here. What could have drawn Chopin's eye? So this is known only to rich and criminals. Rogers is just some guy. He would not be hanging around with dark cards. And the Orcapod are too, like, as far as criminals go, they're too heeble-beeble to be running around with dark cards normally. It's the dark card. This is our first link. It's the dark card. When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creek's datapad resting on top of some papers. You think the red ink documents were beneath the datapad at the time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer. Then how's this? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. Yay, the dark card? Seems like a little more than a fancy credit card DRI. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of a politically ambitious Officer Chopin.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just love Sosuke's pout.
Ruby says she loves Sosuke's pout. Sosuke's really well drawn. Sosuke's a fun character.
Go on.
Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the data pad. Your Honor, this is speculation. Chopin's prints were discovered on the data pad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. Yeah. And that data pad was found by police on the desk. So we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened... Hey, seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit's a dark card? Oh, Rogers, you just fucked yourself over.
She was happy.
Rogers, you just fucked yourself over. Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council. Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. Never heard of that. Assumed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he wanted at a crime scene without even ready to win first. Sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing, guys big and following the rules just wasn't as good as remembering any of them. Not me though. I remember every rule. Follow him too. Partner breaks a body cam, requests a new one. Let him use mine. Stop from getting sued by the next pump he books into. The real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge would reward him would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money. I'm just about debt. Never seem to get rid of the stuff. Even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at the goddamn crime scene. You mean... Obviously, counselor, from the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories in an alleyway, I can swear on my parents' graves I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the mortar weapons. You'd never know I was there. So you can say I did this or I claim that. City's only ever going to hear that some Italian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks. And that Tariq Chopin died a hero trying to save the day. Right. Adonai, is that true? Is that possible? After all this, is it possible that... But the jury, surely they can see... The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. The adjutant comes to the conclusion that the witness or line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury. 80, Your Honor, the jury! Give me a second to think here, girl. Trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad. So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor, maybe the jury sees things our way. But there's no guarantees. After all that, it just comes down to a gamble. Always does. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. And I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree. About what exactly? About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper. Which would have put them in perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the red ink documents because, duh, his body was found collapsed on top of them. Put that all together and nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstance evidence trying as witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit in the head, Tail? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? I'm getting new mechanicked. They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put on a show. Oh, it's mega literacy time.
Not one choice. Oh boy! I wonder what it is.
This game loves to fuck with me. I can't even like pick max or minimum. I just have to do that. His prints were on the pistol used to bludgeon my client, of course. What? What are you? No, they aren't. As he said, he was wearing gloves. Also, that gun was never fired. What are you talking about? We have to take a hit there. It was a -3 hit. Now that you mention it, yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? This is awesome. That's right, the bat! Did you think we would notice you left your fingerprints on just because it's broken in splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to produce a single print from that. Is this your idea of a joke? Please take it easy, I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? The magus that was used to kill tanks in Creek. Pretty stupid to forget away prints of a piece that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints on that gun belong to Sosuke Ikalia. Oh. Sorry, guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of this courtroom? Well, don't I feel stupid? What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life. Enough of this embarrassment. What the hell's wrong with you? I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? She doesn't know a damn thing about sex, and you know it. Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife, and you know it. My mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details. And it does appear Gloop has to snooze the commercial again. My mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. Ew. Oh dear. What? What is it? Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known it was this knife that was used to kill your partner? What? Confused? Oh, so are these two. Because, like you, neither of them were in the courtroom. Oh my god, I'm out of hard drive space. Because... God damn it, we're gonna have to upload the VOD on this one. Because... Save. Wait, hold on. 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 Everybody sit tight. Everybody sit tight. Everybody sit tight. Everybody sit tight. Fold your hands in your lap. Fold your hands in your lap.
Sit on your hands.
16 megabyte file deleted. Recycle bin. Recycle bin tools. Empty recycle bin. How did I fill up my hard drive again? That's hilarious. Save. There we go. Don't worry, I'll be able to pull the VOD from Twitch itself. I'm just gonna pull the VOD from Twitch itself. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. And the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor... Far fewer than 50, actually. Oh my god, he got done in by the updated autopsy report. More like 0. We'd already emptied the courtroom by then, a courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness. You some blue blood rat! You crazy heartbeat trying to trigger me the last second? You think I walked in here prepared? No, of course not. Right there, Rockford, the prosecutor, before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife. Ah. So that's your plan. Right, Rockford, before I came in, didn't you? It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way into victory with. Say something! Just say it! Every now and then a different kind of victory comes along. You just get back and watch someone else self-destruct. Because they completely misread the dealer. Say it! Say that you... Shut up! I'm gonna have to write an apology letter to the neighbors. What? Just shut up! Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking! You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty! Emma. Oh, wow. Now that's counsel, baby. Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you? But, hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth outs directly to the number of years you're gonna rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession. He's the Hound of Ikalia! He murders for the mob! We could put him away! They don't want to put him away! Not for your crime, you murdering the son of two... Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer! Well, not all murderers are created equally. Funny Morgan shot there. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Neo-ability assassinating each other? Let it ride, keeps them divided. Orcas fighting in the lower wards? Let them sort it out, keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind? Call us back when he kills someone important. Morgan's bricked up again. Strange, once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Oh. She's not gonna twist the knife herself. I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him. Sadistic bitch. He's counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. Fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. Up, Technomix. Week ago, you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the second floor, proceeded to the third floor on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead, and puzzled by the delirious Sosuke, who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window and down to the alley, you opened the window at the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from a second floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never recognize. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement of the powerful parties. It was simply bad luck he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you, standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken out the knife from Sasuke, hadn't even thought about it. You'd taken the knife, not out of him. You'd taken the knife from Sasuke, hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on the record. There, that's the face behind me. You had one chance to blot it out for good. That's all a lie, just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork. The Hound of Ikalia is standing right there next to you! The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him right in front of all of us! No, They didn't. Excuse me? I have it on very good authority the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Oh, I'm sure. So considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he was aiming at would be, well... you. The hell are you talking about? Seems that the old girl wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next Blue Blood to come after you and the next after that. You might survive just long enough to be the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. You're... Blue's coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss, so tell me. You feeling lucky? Well? Woo! Any questions? You and this DA, you're... Officer, you're both. You're all out of your damn minds! Hold.
Kill that shorty.
Bailiff! Shoot his dick off.
Whack him on the head and make him smaller.
Do you work for the Blue Bloods? Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. You know, like a neighborhood watch, people looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhood, the cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Didn't see it as transactional, thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood, not good looking enough to be a host. Kept going to school, they helped me pay for it. Because it was in fact transactional. Expected something in return. Police Academy, their man on the inside. Wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked, aptitude sucked, clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would give me anything important to do. Oh, that's why you were a fuck up. You weren't a fuck up for this. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't out me, not valuable enough the cops to give me anything worth passing on. World's worst double agent, so bad his job he never expected to double cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face and reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst baby-shitting job on the force. Tarek Chopin. I can't stop the commercial this time, sorry. Perfectly matched, in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt, nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dad's. We were in schools. Those are the jobs we'd get. Building security. Morning assemblies telling the kids what cops do. Here's a call for help. We're a goddamn joke. There are worse things to be. You think I don't know that? You think I gave a shit that the kids were laughing to us in the back of the class? Teens were throwing soda cans at our car? Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside, humiliation and bile, a stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. Guy either put his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked in the nearest Orca mansion. So when you two arrived at the building, happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around. I went straight to the third floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid. They'd give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up laundry. I never met this creep, this pot in my life until we stopped Anchor Ton. Different gens. I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All four of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no Hound of Vicalia, and I don't think even he could have done that either. Considering he stumbled out of the water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but I hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood, out like that. Could have woke him up with a nuke. When the Hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol. Found that knife in his hand. I called down, said it was dead. Blue Blood bolted, Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out, figured I'd chase him down, because the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down and happy, ecstatic, he can't believe this, scuba of the century. And I realized I know what he's talking about. Your blue blood superior is letting you know about Prop 492? Lots of people knew the deal with Prop 492. Even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it stayed a rumor. As long as the state didn't know we knew where the pillars were going to be built. Nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower was whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. You know what is funny in the end of this? After all this stuff about good people being mixed up in bad shit. This guy sucks, but you get why he did it. Mm-hmm. This is a rich bitch who was going to ruin all the money that was coming to the people that he loved and supported him his whole life. We did not get our client off the hook for the other murders, but I think we've kind of stayed away from those because there was more or less reasonable, like, shadow of a doubt. We don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I mean, this is always the thing, is this game tries to give everybody something to be sympathetic about, even when they truly suck. Except Dice Guy.
Nobody cares about the other murders. Yeah, I think everyone is just like, oh, maybe it was like some in-game bullshit that I don't care about.
Anyway, Tariq was excited too. All you could see was forward. Barely reading the words in front of his eyes, not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything if that matters. If you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. Oh yeah, Chopin is awful. I mean, that is the thing, is Chopin is awful when we get to know him. It's always the rich and powerful. The rich and powerful get no. The poor people are always backed into corners and lunge, lunge like a dog that's running out of options. It's Mr. Richie here that's actively antagonizing. They're taking it off the hound. I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so take it none of you all believe in evil? What do you think of that question, Morgan? We believe in evil. I like that they introduced him as unpopular when the cop's supposed to be like he's an imaginary good cop, actually he's a huge dirtbag. Yeah, he was awful, and we believe in evil down in the lower wards. A fog hangs around certain people, places. Poured off that knife like a water fountain. Tee-hee, 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 tee-hee. The devil made you do it? Oh, what a bookend. What a bookend. Haven't heard that one in a while.
Deltarune tie-in?
If anything, he's about as good a cop as you can hope, trying to help his community by doing as little as possible. Yeah, you know what? That's true. If it wasn't for that dark card being there. Tariq told me once, said he wanted to become mayor. I just did the stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have fucking done that. Laughed at him? Shouldn't have lied to him. And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice. What does that mean? They can't charge you with Officer Tariq's murder again at a later date just because they found more evidence. I've been talking for a while. Officer Chopin's. And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide, we'll be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice. So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creek's pod. Miller's blood, having already been on the knife used to get free in the first place, is pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse. But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. That's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed, this court will be adjourned, and you, Mr. Akaria, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you the last few days, how is that leaving you so shocked? Blushy, 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 blushy. I'm not shocked, I'm just grateful, Counselor. You have my... Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say? Oh, well, if you insist. I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed, it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped. I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say, not guilty. No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe a cast G innocent? Sounds dumb. Confetti, yeah, it needed confetti. Really loving this playing while everything is quiet out here. So, how do you plan on celebrating? How don't I? We won, in case you two somehow missed it. And we won so definitively that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge. Boy, this game's ability to get in and out of big messes is incredible. My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand and framed you, Sasuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors. I like that Sasuke has so much of his tits out. Everybody applaud for Sasuke's tits! Round of applause for the titties. And yet they did. They let me live. Feels strange owing everything to someone so unknowable. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand. Ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in a savings account across the sea. Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear. I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. And they can find me standing right where I've always stood. Protecting my family. Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Sasuke! Mako, young master! Please forgive me, young master. I've failed you repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment. Very well. 108 years of manual labor. Oh. Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least you picked a good number. 100 and... Of course, young master. You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security. So that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir of the noble house of Kalia, Sasuke. Who could possibly overrule it? As you say. I'll start right away if you don't mind. That's probably wise. Grandfather's outside in the motorcade and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation. The chairman is here? He came here? Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport. He is, Counselor Morgan, surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early, he just wants to get to the airport. Though he is leaving quite early if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. Seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. that sounds very wise, Seraph House Paralogal. Who are you quoting? Then, if you'll excuse me for a moment, counselor. Yeah, feel free to... She's here! Take Sarah with you. Pardon? You don't let her look at your tattoo now. I'll never hear the end of it. Look at her eyes. Yes, well, that's... Right then, I'll find a corner in which to lift my shirt. Congratulations, counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you ask him for a bonus now, shouldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see, looking back. You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. And? What of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Oh yeah, we did do that, huh? Noble's board of directors! You were... Not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle. Hey! That's a bookend for us, kids!
Is it like being jerked off when you rub a genie bottle? Answer quickly.
Does winning a legal case feel like coming and also getting a wish granted? Vote now. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though, you can be pretty shy yourself, lending Makoto to take all the credit. Or the subterfuge. I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost. Especially in old families. Especially for daughters. Interesting bookend, too, there. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. I can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose... It's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. Hey, does she have a piercing right there? She has a fucking piercing right there. Does Makoto know Sosuke's his father? Now that's a bomb. Wait, does Makoto? Oh my god! It was right in my face the entire fucking time. Holy shit.
That's so funny.
Holy shit, that's good. Holy shit. That was style points, story. Oh my god. It was right in the face. Oh my god. Does Sosuke? I'd be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. Sosuke's eye with the mole was covered until near the end. Was it? I thought it was the other one. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. I got this when the mole was Sasuke was uncovered and pointed out. Good work. We knew there was no stopping the marriage if we didn't cover up the pregnancy. Others would. Or just eliminate the problem ourselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. Sudden enlistment certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. Makoto is Sosuke's son, though. That means he carries his blood. These stands are inherent from both his father and his mother, his worth. I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe coming from a woman like me. But Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health. He has his mother. The littler lord, yeah. And his father will always be close by. Every moment we've shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the blue blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. Really helps explain why he stuck to his guns earlier, yeah. All of you. You could have it all! Why don't you want it all? I already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do. Someday. Mireille just told Morgan she has a fucked up family. Wow, she didn't even have to come close to saying it. Let's get back to something I fully understand then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job, don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. Makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. You don't understand, do you? I understand now, my wife is here.
Oh yeah! Right!
Counselor Morgan. Emma. What's that look for? Oh, I bet that was a fucking look. So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? Definitely wasn't a loss. Ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my client will be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. You think I was happy to let the Hound of Icalia walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The Awareness Crime Unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings. We did get spotted! Fuck, that's right, we totally got spotted at the very beginning. Figures in red? That's right. The rust. Ah, right, the rust. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Oh, they got me. They got me. They played with me. They played with me. Emma's playing with us. Someone killed those four, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the rust fruit, where's your head at? Well, whoever killed Creek's Pod did it with such unhinged brutality. Zoom in camera, zoom in camera. And yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Yeah. Tanks and Creek were those shot from fairly close range and near enough to their solar plexuses. I suppose. Bashing Trey's skull in was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to arrest anything his mods may have recorded. And if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is still in line with the perfectionism interrupted by... Ah, forget it.
Morgan was like drooling.
Yeah. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Obsession?
All of that was happening in like ASMR voice to
Yeah.
Morgan's ears, like, and she's like,
Yeah, no.
Yeah, uh-huh,
Exactly, exactly.
I did a good job, huh?
Exactly. More Emma's just like, this was executed with bloodthirsty brutality, and yet cold control. Only a true soulless. And Morgan's like, I'm jealous.
Her pants are evaporated.
You seem like you never let anything get to you. You know, it's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something. I'm hand me a pillow. I need to scream into one now.
All right.
That's Bean. That was an empty Diet Coke bottle. Possessed by something. Or someone.
The full jingles.
Well, it was easy to wrest control back. It wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love.
You can grab me if you need to. Yay!
Ruby's getting grabbed.
Yay!
Ruby, this is so lesbians.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we're so lesbians.
Yeah.
Yeah, yay.
Hooray!
Hooray. Oh, that's me. Gotta take this call. See you around, Morgan. Yes.
Oh, she screamed into a pillow, not Bean.
We left, the Bean is still on the couch, don't worry. I dropped a bottle on her last stream. She needs to go unperturbed during this one. Just don't go telling anyone that was a win or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation. Well, we can't have that. Okay, Morgan, I fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now, so now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I've got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober. Huh. Oh, you're serious. Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after being charges like this. And in this city, they take this to one special bar, Kintsugi. I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikalia, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put the fat wall you've been accruing the whole time to good use. I suppose I do owe you a good deal, a great deal. Oh, I hope that Sarah's working today. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Mary and the young master. Go right ahead. Be my guest. What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sasuke's tattoo as well? I'll take a rain check. Sasuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him? No. No. I didn't do anything.
Wow, it's so obvious now.
It's so obvious now, right? Like, now that I'm looking, it's like, oh my fucking god. Let's see. Then perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized. That must be it.
Man and a beautiful woman make a beautiful child.
It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray skies spanning a slate blue world. It was cold, and the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. Wait, is this chapter 3? At 3 o'clock, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem, she had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic is brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to continuation. It's 3:45 by the time the girl is able to excuse herself. She has 15 minutes to get back to school. I'm a heartless monster. I don't care about anything or anyone. I only do what I like for myself with no consideration for anyone else. Hang on, this seems like an opportunity to help my Buzzy's business. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She left her umbrella behind back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would go back up and get it. It's 3:49. 3:51, she's jogging, a non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone's contacts, after all. At 3:56, the school's gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knee stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water into the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. At 3:59, she pauses her at last to catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Where'd you even come up with this stuff? Hey, I can't promise it's gonna be that exciting every week around here, but... Ev, what are you... I thought you had a family thing! Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked! You're all... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope. I was told the name would change. You were right, Ev. I just went around to people on campus and tried being friendly, being myself, and... people started signing up. Hey. But forget that, your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me give you my coat. Oh, screw it. I'll carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you. It's not sanitary to share a uniform. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Red isn't Ev. Ev is Evangeline. Somebody else with red is talking? What? Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. I'm not interpreting those correctly. And with a little sprinkle of salt just along the edge, there you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Cool kid was never Morgan. Morgan was the mean girl. Wow, Morgan.
Didn't turn out the way she expected, huh?
No. Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. And so exclusive. The whole staff on here on hand just attend the two of us. Can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Right? Lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside. Yeah, but also seems she's hoping to keep Cool Girl off for herself. She was hoping to keep Cool Girl off for herself.
She really thought she was like, yeah, it's just gonna be you and me, and no one else cares. No one cares about your silly stuff. And then people do care, actually, and she doesn't understand.
I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke. You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? I think that I needed to put that. I think I was locked in on the case. I didn't put any of that together. Thank you for spelling it out in the chat. Now you know where to send them. I might do just that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit, I knew should go with the digital menus. Hey, Sosuke. Do you think Cool Girl is Morgan's first kill? Yes.
Or kiss. Both.
Both. Morgan hasn't killed anyone. Or hasn't kissed anyone. Sorry, I got it backwards. Hot take! Morgan hasn't killed anyone! That's the theory I'm gonna ride with. Got it backwards. They have a name for you, the Hound. That a title you were given or just part of the mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from or when people started using it.
Gets possessed by the Heartbreak Killer. It's
yeah, she gets possessed by the killer. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Mireille around like a puppy. Who told you Mireille was the heir when you were? It's a miracle you didn't break under torture. You know that? The Hound of Ikaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid? Jokingly. Lovingly. Oh, she won't even say love. She won't even say love. Milei's right. I don't know anything about love. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession? Addiction? Those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me. No other drivers in the car. Whatever you say, Momo. Just me sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself so it'd have a place to hide.
My gender is whole.
I don't think... I don't know how I feel about that one, Ruby. They called you that lovingly. Suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. Besides, what's so consulting about being compared to a dog?
The whole's gender is girl. True.
Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. I'd never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world, tagged, labeled, classified, put in a box. Even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain astray.
That's why she likes cats.
Does she like cats?
I don't know. Maybe she does. Oh, okay, we're done.
She literally went yawn her head when she saw the Maneki Neko. Oh, that rules. I forgot that. Well, this fucking kicked ass. I feel so cultured, like I've read a real work of art and pissed myself trying to understand it and needed chat's help. Ogre not understand! Ass situation. Of the Devil, episode 2, baby. His due, finito. Oh, very cute art to end this on. Here, hold on, let me slide over. There's still like an hour of bonus content is the thing. I'm going to bed! This has been going for like 5 hours and I have to do my day job in the morning. I'm going to bed.
An hour of bonus content? Bonus? Bonus? Bonus petite?
Congratulations on clearing episode 2 on High Roller. Bonus charm earned.
Hey, it's Jax from TV show or whatever the fuck. I keep seeing on Blue Sky.
It's me. I'm real. It's the amazing physical circus. Oh, here we go. Wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The rest give me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the blues go and who they talk to. My shoes have been feeling too small and the blue guys in that building have been really busy lately. Thought if I hung around there, I might see something the Rust would give me new shoes for. But I never saw anything worth anything. So you gave up? No. I got scared. What scared you? You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar. Everyone says I'm a liar too. Are you? I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it. What'd you lose? My face. Yay! I saw the red hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl. And she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a look at her face, but she was all red. Red hair? What's this? Bolt. Thanks! But are you sure? I wasn't any help. You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. To be continued in Of the Devil, episode 3, quoting scripture.
That was a cute little kid.
I love that kid. Episode 2 results. 7 of 7 articles, 22 of 22 profiles, 34 of 34 key terms, 28 of 28 pieces of evidence, 303 total credit earned. Congratulations! You finished episode 2 with 303 credit. Your high score for episode 2 is currently 303. You unlock concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. You also have a total of 310 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on this high score of this episode.
An hour of bonus. Maybe that can be something you look at.
That would be... I want to go to bed, baby girls. Let's see. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Where is our new... Oh!
Wow.
Is this what we fucking got? Are you shitting all over? Oh, no, wait. This is what we got. This is what we got. This is what we got, is we got a very charming Sarah. And we got Reyes in a bunny suit for Ep1.
So she is more of a cat girl, huh?
The Homestuck Sato is so fucking funny. I'm so... Here, hold on. I'm in the way. I'm in the way. There we go. Fucking 80. Well, this game is amazing. All right, we may come back and look at this bonus content stuff. Maybe on Friday. I don't know. I'm thinking Friday is going to be art day. You know what? Everybody was so excited about the idea of drawing clowns, me included, that you know what? Why not? Why don't we draw some clowns? Why don't we draw some motherfucking clowns? Ruby's nudging me, and I want to go to bed. So, I want to go to bed. I might raid Kara's stream because her title is "Can't Keep a Good Hole Down," and I feel like that's fitting based on what we just ended that experience with. We're going over to Kara. Yeah, we're going to Kara.
True.
For anyone who's like, wait, who's Kara? Do you remember earlier this year when we did the Hole-a-thon? And we're raising money and I made a bunch of fucked up gummies and created a scene? That was for Kara. So. Yeah. All right, my brain is scrambled egg. I have a VOD to rescue from the Twitch mines and get over to YouTube before it's lost if I have ever. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me. Thank you of the devil for being of the devil. Morgan, you have morged like never before. Oh my god, what a character. How can you not love her? I'm so excited for episode 3. Oh my god. And yeah, I definitely agree with everybody's stance that the writing in here is even more confident. The writing here, this felt like it got further and further and further away from being Ace Attorney. In a good way. Like, very clearly the concept when we started out was, it's lesbian Ace Attorney, but you're a serial killer. This has gotten further and further and further away from that.
I feel like it's, like, confident that, you know, you're kind of in it at this point.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel like it needs to, like, suspend your disbelief or whatever, you know?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hit the button. I'm also very hungry, so I'm gonna go have a snack. Everybody else go have a snack. Water! Wait, do I have water in this? Oh, I do. Well, welcome. All right, I'm hitting the button. Everybody go annoy Kara. I love you all. Thank you for hanging out. We're gonna draw clowns on Friday. And maybe girls who aren't clowns, but we're gonna go with I can't fucking talk. I can't fucking talk. Bye, everybody.